you are working on Simulison. Current branch. Sprint goal.
Flawed.
read the file in full before making any changes, and then complete task 6. Files to read first, changes to make, I just gave that task to Sonnet. I really should have given that task to Fable, but that's okay. We'll switch models. Hopefully this does a good job. Let's see what kind of news is out there. This is an iOS application to listen to two audio tracks at the same time. So for example, if you wanted to listen to an audiobook or a podcast, you could also select some kind of ambient background music. Appreciate the question. KAIST unveils AI agents' hidden energy costs. As the era of AI agents that can reason and act autonomously begins, the power consumption of data centers is emerging as a critical challenge. I think that's been pretty obvious for some time now. A CAST research team has, for the first time, analyzed the computational costs and energy consumption of AI agents, finding that they can consume up to 136.5 times more energy per query than conventional generative AI. This was today. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so we're going to rebuild the app now and see if our feature now works for the podcast tab. Alright, so what should happen is when I click on this on the blue plus sign, or this button down here, and then I go to podcasts, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So I'm going to search vibe coding, and we'll add a podcast. I don't like that functionality right there, but it is what it is for right now. I click done, it doesn't do anything. I click X, it closes out, which is fine. I mean, this done really isn't doing anything useful. So now we're gonna go into the podcast player card. We'll see if something pops up, which it should. And I forgot to add it to the library player card. So I go here to podcasts, and I add this new podcast, go into the player card. There it is. We still only have 2 episodes from this podcast. I really like this one.
So back in 2025, there was this mid-sized telehealth, and they deployed an AI agent to write a plan.
So it is working though. I guess like it's working, but it's not. There's still some work that needs to be done on it. So like when I go here to the plus sign and I go to podcast, I can search for all the different podcasts. I'm really not a fan of the way this looks. I'm glad that the feature is there to search for podcasts, but I do not like the way that it looks. It does show me all of the feeds that I've added so far. there's a way to add the feeds directly, which I really don't think is useful at all. So I'm gonna try to, I guess I'll push these changes now. So I'll push these changes now, and then we'll add some context to the sprint document. Task 6 is completed, but there are some notes I want to take and changes I would like to start planning for. The functionality is good, but the UI for the podcast, for the new podcast tab, is not ideal. Gonna take a screenshot. Why is my screenshots are not showing up? Drag a screenshot. Task 6 is complete, but there are some notes I want to take and changes I would like to start planning for. The functionality is good, but the user interface for the new podcast tab is not ideal. So what don't I like about the current interface? The first thing, the done button does not do anything, is the first thing. The second thing is the add by RSS URL needs to be removed because realistically it won't be used. I'm just not a fan of the overall look for this tab / view. I'm not sure exactly how I want to redesign this, but I want to start thinking of some new ideas that align with the design / theme of Simulisten. What is the best way to work on these considerations? Should we update the sprint doc now to reflect these design considerations? I do not want to move on to task 7 quite yet until we come up with a plan. KAIST in South Korea. Is it a research? Okay, the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology has been looking at the hidden energy costs of advanced AI agents. These are the systems that don't just answer a single question, but can plan and carry out multi-step tasks on their own. Instead of behaving like a simple chatbot, an AI agent works more like a digital personal assistant. Give it a job like plan my trip or manage this project, and it will break that task into smaller steps. Call the AI model over and over, search the web, use tools, and adjust its plan as it goes. The KAIST team measured how much electricity this kind of autonomy actually uses. When they ran a 70 billion parameter model inside an agent loop, a single complex request used, on average, about 348 watts hour of energy. About 348 watt hours of energy. That's up to 136.5 times more energy than a normal one-shot chatbot answer to a question. A big reason is that agents don't just think once and respond, they talk to themselves, revisiting the same problem multiple times, checking tools, and retrying different strategies to get better results. The study found that responses can take up to 153 times longer, and the GPUs running these models sit idle more than half the time, still drawing power while they wait for external tools and websites to finish their work. The researchers then asked a simple but important question: what happens if this style of AI becomes common? They imagined a future where AI agents handle around 13.7 billion requests per day, roughly similar to today's global Google search traffic. At that scale, the power needed from data centers would reach about 199 gigawatts, around half of the average electricity used of the entire United States. Putting that into perspective, data centers today are already a major energy user, and international agencies expect their electricity consumption to more than double by 2030, even without this extra agent workload. The Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology results suggest that highly autonomous AI could push demand far beyond those existing forecasts. The message from the study is not stop using AI, but we need to redesign it. The lead researcher, Professor Min-Soo Ryu, argues that we can't fix this just by tweaking software. Instead, the industry will need more efficient models, better chips, and smarter data center power and cooling systems to support agentic AI without overwhelming the grid. So the takeaway for everyday people is this: AI agents are powerful because they can do many steps for us automatically, but that power comes with a much bigger energy bill. As these systems roll out into products and services, the way we design and use them will have real consequences, not just for convenience, but for our electricity systems and the environment. Well, that's kind of obvious. We've already kind of known that, but I guess there's just more metrics. All right. Looking at the screenshots alongside, the issue is clear. The done button is left over from a different view that's being used as a standalone model. It has no meaning when embedded. Okay, the existing design system is actually well defined. Recommendation: don't move to task 7 yet. Cosmetic preferences, it's a good word to use. Cosmetic. The done button is a broken interaction, and the add by RSS URL removal is a scope reduction. Both should be fixed before task 7 removes the antenna button, because task 7 assumes the plus sheet is a single polished entry point. Shipping a broken done product into that role is bad. Here's how it would sequence it. Remove the done button in the RSS URL entry. Redesign the podcast tab. User interface requires design direction first, sketch ideas, and implement. Remove the antenna button. Yeah. Design direction question for 6B. Card-based or list-based? The current view is a flat list of raw URLs. Would you prefer search results shown as cards, artwork, title, author, episode count, or refined list? That's a good question. So what's interesting here is that we already have a library view, and what is interesting here is that we already have a library view which contains all the available audio content that a user can select to add to their player card. So we already have a library view which contains all of the available audio content that a user can select to add to their player card. This new content discovery feature should be different. It should look different. It should feel different. It should be, look, and feel different. It should be, look, and feel different. Right, I come up here, I see all these options. I'm not even really liking the way that this looks anymore. So this plus button is something that a user will select to discover content. At a high level, the content discovery is for users to discover the content they want to add to their personal library views. Okay, so before writing a single line of redesigned code, answer these questions. So let's answer those questions. The current view is a flat list of raw URLs. Would you prefer search results shown as cards? I would like search results to show artwork, title, author, episode count, etc. What should the empty pre-search state look like? Right now it's just a blank search bar. Should there be featured suggested feeds, categories to browse? Yeah, that's a good idea. I think having sort of like a filter, like what would you, like giving the user some ideas of what they could search for. I do like the idea of giving users options pre-search for what they could be interested in looking for. Subscribed feeds. Show or hide them here. That's an interesting one. Do we want to show the subscribed feeds? So we could remove that entirely from the content discovery, but then how do users remove it? So if a user wants to remove something they've subscribed to, I am not sure. I would like to remove the subscribed feeds from this view, from this podcast tab view, but then I'm not sure how users will unsubscribe if they no longer want this feed. Let's consider some ideas. And let's see, GLM, that's an interesting model. I've never used that one before. Z.AI's most advanced model. We'll try that. What is Z.AI? ZAI is a leading Beijing-based artificial intelligence company. I haven't heard of them before. GLM 5.2, I've heard of that. GLM, interesting. Let's see. DeepThink. GLM. What is Simulation.com? Alright. This is really important design distinction that I've identified. Library is equal to content. Add content is equal to discover new content. They should feel like two different modes. Let me think through each consideration. Search results. Rich cards. For the podcast tab, each result card should surface. This mirrors how Apple Podcasts and Overcast present discovery. No raw URLs ever visible to the user. That's fine. I would prefer that, actually. Option A, category titles. Option B, curated editorial rows. Recommendation option A as a foundation. It's fast to build, works offline, and gives users immediate direction. Option B can layer on top in a future sprint once you have a sense of what users are actually searching for. Yeah, that's true. I would like trending now, staff picks, great for audiobook fans. I would like that. The unsubscribe problem. This is the most important design question that I've raised. Option 1, manage subscription, lives and profile settings. Subscribe state shown on the card in search. When a user searches and finds a feed they've already subscribed to, the card shows a check mark and a subscribe label instead of a plus button. Tapping it opens the action sheet. Yeah, so it'd be kind of cool to have here in the library view the ability to open up the card or the content that's in the library. So when I go to, for example, Lex Fridman, I can click it, open it, and I can see all the different podcasts, the episodes, but I can also unsubscribe to that feed. So let's take a look here. The two surfaces defined. I can't speak. I think I need to take a quick restroom break. So that's what I'm going to do. Take a quick restroom break. So, the purpose of the library view will be to play and manage what a user owns. Personal, familiar, warm. Tap to play. The library view. So I think I'm trying to do too much at once here. I'm trying to modify what the library view is dedicated for, but I'm currently focusing on the discovery content view. So let's just focus on the discovery content view for now, and we will consider how we want to change the library view after we complete this current sprint. That way we are not trying to do too much at once. All right. So for our task 6, we have 2 sections. We have the design decisions that we made when we started working on task 6. We identified that we want to remove the done button. We want to remove the add by RSS URL and remove subscribe feeds section entirely. So because we're removing the subscribed feeds entirely, maybe we should keep. Let's plan on keeping the subscribed feeds for now until we determine we'll need to go so removing the subscribe feeds would leave users stranded. Okay, so remove the done button, remove the add by RSS URL row, and then task 6B will be the podcast cosmetic redesign. Pre-search state with category tiles, rich artwork cards for search results. Still need your answer to one thing, the visual direction for 6B before we can write the Claude prompt. Dark editorial artwork forward. Card surfaces, square artwork thumbnail. Cohesive with Simulison's existing dark player aesthetic. Larger artwork with tile/metadata. Let's proceed with direction A. Read the file before making any changes, then complete task 6A. I don't think there's a task 6A inside of the current document. There's not a task 6A inside of the current document. Alright, so we've added task 6A and task 6B. That's good. How's it going, Tyler? You're working through Vibe Coding, a subscription-based autonomous AI pen test platform for customer-facing chatbots. That's pretty cool. I've always enjoyed cybersecurity type projects. That sounds like an exciting one. It's going pretty good. I've kind of taken some time off these last few days, so I'm getting caught back up. This is my first time being able to work with Fable since it was re-released to Anthropic users, so I'm trying to find a way to leverage that model in my current project, which is the one that I'm streaming is an iOS platform or project that I've been building for the last several months now, and I'm relatively far along in the project, and I thought I would just start streaming my journey as I build it. How long have you been working on your project? Yeah, I haven't explored the anti-gravity suite at all, actually. I have looked at it, I think once, but I have not actually used it at all myself. I've heard good things about it, though. I should probably play around with it, but I'm locked into the tech stack that I've been using that I haven't really explored too much lately. How long have you been using anti-gravity? I used to really enjoy using VS Code IDE with the GitHub Copilot, but they stopped letting me use Copilot for a while, and I haven't been able to update my subscription for GitHub Copilot, and I used to use that in VS Code a lot for projects that were different than the one that I'm working on now. I've been using the Xcode IDE for this project, and for a long time I was just using Perplexity, which is not a great code agent, but I can't integrate it into any IDE, so I've just been using. Recently I got Claude because I wanted to start taking this a little more seriously. Nice. What'd you use before anti-gravity? I just graduated from college recently, and most of my projects that I worked on in school I used VS Code for. So I'm really familiar with using VS Code, and the Copilot that I used to use. I've been able to hook up Claude to VS Code, but I haven't used it for any projects. Nice, yeah, OpenClaw. I have a good buddy of mine who started using that right away, and he created like he created a bot that basically auto applied him for jobs on LinkedIn. So you worked on an antivirus platform. That's awesome. Nice. Yeah, I got my computer engineering degree in May, bachelor's. I worked for a research lab as well while I was finishing my undergrad. And I really enjoy projects that are security related. I also do another stream where I basically am walking through an open source hardware platform in my journey as I learn how to use it. And the hardware platform is for performing side channel analysis to learn how to break encryption using side channel analysis. And congrats on getting that master's. So most of your projects are cybersecurity related, I imagine. That makes sense. Alright, so the done button is gone and the manual RSS feed URL is gone. Okay, so this application is a dual audio playback. It is just something that I wanted to build for a really long time. I was several years ago, I was going to go on a walk and I wanted to listen to a new audiobook that I had just purchased. And while I was going on this walk, I was conflicted because I wanted to listen to this audiobook, but at the same time, I wanted to listen to music. And I don't know if you're anything like me. Whenever I've studied like math or any particular kind of curriculum, I'll have background music playing. Like if I'm watching the organic chemistry tutor or any kind of like educational video on YouTube, I'll usually have some kind of like lo-fi ambient music playing while I do that. And I was going on this walk, I wanted to listen to this audiobook, but I wasn't really in the mood to listen to an audiobook. I wanted to listen to music. And so I just kind of felt conflicted. I was like, man, if only I could listen to some kind of like instrumental music while I listened to my audiobook. But there wasn't a way for me to successfully do that. I wanted to real simply just like find some kind of like background music that would pump me up enough, like some kind of instrumental hip hop beat. But I decided not to listen to the audiobook. I decided to listen to music instead to go on my run. And that's kind of when I felt like I wanted to solve that problem for myself. I wanted to be able to create an application that would allow me to play an audiobook and find some kind of background music to play while I listen to the audiobook. So that's what this application is for. It's called Simulisten. It stands for simultaneous listening. And it's a really simple application in the sense, like as far as the technology is concerned, where it's just playing two audio files at the same time. So this is the application pulled up here on the simulator. I can go into the player view and select a podcast. And let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not too much of like an audio engineer myself to know how some of this stuff works, but I basically am um, I created an application that allows two audio files to be played at the same time. So two audio tracks played simultaneously. And I created a dual audio player view that allows the user to pause with independent volume control for each audio track. So for example, if I wanted to listen to a podcast on vibe coding and I wanted to listen to some kind of like hip hop track. So I go into the dual audio player card and I select the podcast. I found this really cool podcast called Vibe Coding, The Engineering of Intent. And I really like this. They've only released 2 episodes. So I'm hoping that they drop something else soon. But I'll just kind of give you a quick demo.
Picture this. It is 2 o'clock in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Right, never. So there's this senior engineer working at a massively funded logistics startup, and he is just staring at his monitor, which is glowing in the dark, watching his terminal completely light up with 500 errors.
The absolute worst feeling in the world.
It is a total nightmare. It's a cascading failure across the entire network. We're talking thousands of customer orders just failing to process, dropping into the void.
Yeah.
So he's scrambling, right? He manages to trace the error back to a
I
very
appreciate that,
specific
man.
block
Thank
of
you.
code in a caching layer. And the crazy thing is, the code itself looks
So that's pretty much it. Really simple. Just play 2 audio files at the same time. Nothing super advanced technically. Just solving a problem that I had personally. I'd like to just be able to select an audiobook or a podcast and then listen to music in the background, because I have one of those kinds of minds that's always like wanting to listen to music rather than listening to a podcast or an audiobook, like whether I'm driving or I'm exercising or doing the laundry. I always choose music over learning. So I hope one day I will actually be able to use this effectively. So I've kind of created the proof of concept, 2 audios at the same time. Now I'm just refining that proof of concept and refining the user experience around it. And then I started seeing all these people on YouTube doing like vibe coding journey, and I figured like, well, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll start that same thing. And it wasn't even going to be vibe coding at first. It was just going to be the hardware security stuff that I was interested in exploring, because I thought it would be cool to find a community of people who are interested in the things that I was interested in. So I thought, well, why not just start live streaming? So here I am. The thing you're working on is locked behind a subscription. Like the product you're working on has requires a subscription to be able to do like some kind of demo. You're trying to figure out what price point you want to put this behind and how full featured. Yeah, those are all really important questions to answer at some point. I definitely can understand those considerations and wanting to sort of have a plan for all that. Nick, how's it going? Nick, do you find that the background track you layer on top of the podcast changes your opinion of what information is being delivered for the podcast itself? Yeah, if I understand correctly what you mean, it seems like a personal kind of preference, to choose the music. And I'm not really sure how to answer that. I just know that, like, in my experience, my attention when I'm listening to something informational like a podcast, that sometimes I'll find it's like listening to it just changes the mood, it changes the experience. And so I kind of want the music to align with whatever my mood is. So like if I'm working out or I'm exercising, usually the kind of music I listen to will energize me in a certain kind of way where I'll be maybe motivated. Whereas like maybe a different example will be like I'm going on a peaceful walk around the neighborhood. I want to listen to something a little bit more ambient, relaxing, not as energizing. So I think as far as like the information itself doesn't change, but I think the mood in which I'm in receiving that information is really what's changing. And I think it's it really could depend. I would like the music to enhance the listening experience. I really don't want the music to take away from the content. Like if it's a podcast, I want music to enhance the listener's ability to receive that information, whether it's like a learning, something that they're learning from. There's a lot of decisions, like design decisions around this kind of application that I haven't quite thought of yet. But I think those are all really good questions that kind of answer themselves along the way. Like I was streaming the other day and I had somebody provide their opinion on a design decision with regards to the interface. Like this blue plus button that's here in the navigation bar. That was a decision that I made recently because somebody was in the chat and they thought that would be a good implementation, so I went ahead and I added it because I agreed with them. So a lot of what I'm building is just to solve my own personal problem, which is I want to be able to listen to something like motivational, or I want it to feel motivational. So I'll put some kind of like rock and roll instrumental in the background. But there are challenges that come with adding all kinds of music. There's certain kinds of music catalogs that are really going to lend themselves towards this kind of product, like ambient, background, classical. So the style of music really depends on the personal preference, and not everybody's going to want to listen to the same kind of music. Yeah, I thought about doing that, but they have a policy in their API usage that explicitly prohibits integration with my product. So I could integrate the API, but I wouldn't be able to release an actual product to market that uses their API. They have a very specific API constraint where you're not allowed to use their API and modify the content in any kind of way, such as like mixing it, speeding it up, slowing it down. I forget exactly what it was, but I ran into that realization a couple weeks ago where Spotify's API or Apple Music, I have it in my architecture document. Let me see, Spotify. Yeah, so let's see. I have a document which basically elaborates on the terms of service. No provider may be added without first confirming that dual stream playback is within their permitted use. Spotify developer terms of service explicitly prohibits combining Spotify audio output with any other audio source in the same session. The dual stream architecture is a direct violation. So for example, Spotify, Apple Music, Audible, YouTube, those providers have a very explicit legal terms of service that would not allow me to utilize their API. But I've been able to identify providers that are safe for dual stream, and those are the providers that I'm currently integrating. I'm starting with non-copyrighted catalogs, so that way I can build without needing to purchase license agreements. And so that's the current state, is integrating all non-copyright based catalogs. And then at a certain point, I would like to get contracts and licensing deals with other kinds of audio sources. But that's sort of like a later stage task that I'll have to integrate in at some point. Yeah, I appreciate that you understand what I'm talking about. You wonder if something like YouTube Music might be an option. I think YouTube is also YouTube data API terms prohibit background playback and mixing YouTube audio with other media sources, so they would also not be a provider that I could use for this application, which is really a big disappointment, because when I initially came up with the application, the idea, I was like, just throw 2 YouTube URLs in and we're good. But unfortunately, if I wanted to scale this product and accumulate users, that whether it was a subscription-based product or whether it was just like a one-time purchase-based product, I would not be able to use YouTube, Audible, Apple Music, or Spotify. I haven't been able to identify any others. Probably SoundCloud, probably any major audio player-based application. They're going to have this similar terms of service restriction. So I'm basically forced to host the audio myself, which would require competing with these other audio player companies. But that's a whole nother consideration that I have spent some time thinking about. Yeah, licensing, I could imagine, is a big pain. That's why I'm just working with non-copyright material for the time being. And it turns out that all the podcasts that I have integrated so far, so like I could go into search for any podcast that this is like a whole area that I'm just now getting acquainted and familiar with, so I'm not too sure. But what I do understand is that any podcast that I search up on my application at this time is non-copyright. So I'm able to use it, and I'm able to integrate it into my application without worrying about copyright issues. And I do appreciate that. Thank you. So if I look up startup, the Startup Ideas podcast, the Y Combinator startup podcast, all of this material is available for me to use on this application, and I don't have to worry about copyright restrictions. Alright, so the done button that wasn't working is gone. The manual URL entry field is gone. So task 6A is completed. Task 6A update prompt. Alright, so we finished task 6A. Now I'm going to move on to 6B, which will be a cosmetic redesign. ScaleX, how's it going? I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Just starting my journey here. I've been working on this one for a little while, but I thought I would start streaming it and sharing the journey. What brings you here? Are you just searching up vibe coding live streams? Are you working on a project yourself? Awesome, man. I'll check you out. I'll check out your channel. Nick asks, do you check the live application for the completion of each task, or do you typically batch multiple steps to be implemented before checking live application? Yeah, that's a good question. Curious. I guess my thought would really elicit more of depends response by default. So if I understand correctly what you're asking, when you say live application, I assume that you're meaning like the simulation that I have of the app that I have pulled up here. And to answer your question, if I'm checking the simulation for each task, the answer is yes. I do my best to do that. There are certain tasks that don't have any kind of direct UI change that's noticeable, but there are some commands that I'll be able to run in the terminal that will validate a change was made. That is usually suggested from Perplexity, because I use Perplexity as sort of my reasoner assistant. I'll discuss with Perplexity what we're going to prompt Claude to do. It's just the workflow that I've been able to use. There's tons of different ways to interact with some of these agents, and I guess I've just found what works for me for the time being. It's probably not the most efficient thing, but it's what I'm most comfortable and familiar with at this time. And for the tasks, I do my best to make sure that I check off each task one by one before moving on to the next task. So I have a sprint document that I use here. That contains all of like the design decisions. So I am working on task 6, where I'm wiring in RSS feeds. And I keep forgetting what RSS stands for. It stands for... It's not even telling me. Really simple syndication. It's a web address that links to a constantly updated computer-readable file. And this is where I get podcasts from. So most podcasts will have an RSS feed associated to it. And I've been able to configure an API call to these RSS feeds such that when a user searches for a podcast, what they're really doing is identifying the RSS feed, and we're calling that into the application. So that's what this task does, is it wires in that feed. So I'm working on task 6A. And while I was working on task 6, I realized there were some things that I was not happy with. Like there was a button that just wasn't working. Like there was no utility behind it. It was a done button, but when I pressed it, it didn't do anything. So I removed that because there was already another button that closed out of the screen. So I've been moving through these tasks and updating the status as complete as I move through them. But when I got to task 6, I realized that there was some changes that I wanted to make within this task. So I've kind of been wrestling with this particular task because I've completed it, but there's some things that I want to change. And so I've been trying to refine that kind of workflow where I go through the tasks and I check the application and make sure it's working the way that I want it to. So that was kind of a long response to, I think, what you were asking. And so let's see, task 6. Task 6 was podcast tab, surgical fixes, delete the done toolbar button, delete the add RSS URL row, which I have done and I have confirmed is done in the live application, which I had on stream earlier. You can't see it now because it's gone. But instead of having a done button, we have this X up here, which closes out of the view. But before there was a done button located right over here. So now that I've completed task 6A, which was to remove those two things, I'm now prompting the agent to update this status to be complete. And that's what this prompt is right here. Read the document in full and then update task 6A, changing the status line from not started to complete. It's then going to add some implementation notes where it describes the changes that it made specifically to the code. So I'm going to go ahead and prompt my agent to do that. Sometimes I can give this task to Perplexity to do, to update that document, and I would like to do that so that way I don't consume as many tokens. But whenever I've asked Perplexity to update a file in GitHub, sometimes it just gets stuck, and I don't like when it does that. So update task 6A status to complete in the sprint document. That's exactly what I want. Yeah, you're welcome, man. I appreciate the question. ScaleX.business. Nice. I see you've got some shorts that you're posting. Let's see, oldest. How long have you been creating content on your YouTube? You joined in June. I heard something about like if you just create an account and you start posting stuff on YouTube, that YouTube does something to like make it difficult for you to start getting views. So don't give up on the view count. I mean, I'm nowhere in my view count. I think I've got like 7,000 total views. But I've had this account for maybe over a year or two, and I've used it for liking videos, commenting on stuff. So I have some activity. I think they do that just like to prevent bots from really growing an account. They want to make sure that like real people are growing the account, I guess. I don't know. Tyler says trying to get this thing to make PDF reports that actually do not look like someone printing an HTML page. Trying to make PDF reports that do not look like someone printing an HTML page is kicking my butt. You're talking about your application, like the software that you're building. You're trying to have the software generate PDF reports that do not look like someone printing an HTML page. You're just not a fan of the results. That'd be nice, yeah, if it could generate a PDF, a downloadable report in the form of a PDF. Sometimes like those real simple things the things that you think would be real simple end up being like some of the most difficult things to do. Documentation, yes. It's great if you have a tool that can perform. It's great if you have a tool that can perform a sophisticated analysis, and it's even better if you're able to document it in a way that helps the organization stay organized. How long have you been working on that particular project for your pen testing application? You can make a lot of progress in a day, especially today. I recently started building a native Mac application, Mac OS, not iOS, but a Mac OS application that I can use as like a workstation for the code agents that I personally use. So I use Perplexity and I use Claude. And I've seen a lot of other vibe coders. Not really a lot of other. I've only seen 2 other vibe coders who have built products that integrate multiple agents for some kind of like multi-agent workflow studio, which is really cool. And as much as I would love to like use one of those platforms, I just don't really know how I would use it. So I started building one for myself, and I don't know if it's going to be any good or helpful for me, but I just started building it for fun. And I've only worked on it like 2 days. Like, I've spent a total of 2 days where I sat down for a few hours and started working on it. I don't know if it's something that I'll actually end up using, but I'm trying to extract the workflow process that I have building this application and trying to create like a all-in-one spot so I don't have to open up multiple web browsers and different terminal sessions. I could just launch this native macOS application that I'm building to solve a personal problem. And I started documenting myself building that a little bit too. I streamed it once, but I haven't worked on it since. It checks against OWASP, Top 10, NIST AI, RMF, and MITRE Atlas. Tried using Odysseus for a bit. I just could not deal with the weird hiccups. Yeah, some of that stuff is beyond my general understanding. Like, I'm familiar with NIST risk management framework, that it exists. The thing that I've enjoyed learning about NIST is definitely the risk management frameworks. It's definitely important to understand from a cybersecurity perspective, and just as an enthusiast, somebody who likes security stuff. But what I've really enjoyed learning from NIST, like I spent one semester working on a project that was sponsored by the Department of Defense, and they wanted us to think about post-quantum cryptography. And NIST was one of the major players in establishing the standards for post-quantum cryptography. So that was sort of like when I first started learning about security stuff. You're so used to the security world that it's hard for you to get back into other groups moving forward. All good. My brother, he recently got his Security Plus certification, and I'm like, man, that's pretty good, because he didn't go to school, he didn't go to college, and as soon as he got that certification, he got a job in something technical related. He hasn't gotten into the networking or anything like that yet, but that's what he wants to do. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the whole security world. That's like, if I could just move in any direction, it would definitely be towards security. I've always appreciated that kind of work. Specifically, like hardware security, I would really enjoy doing something that had to do with embedded firmware programming. And like I said earlier, I have another sort of like a stream that I like to do, where I explore an open source hardware platform on performing side channel analysis to break encryption. Specifically, I've been breaking AES 128 using side channel analysis. Which sounds kind of bizarre because AES is such a powerful encryption scheme. You're going to DEF CON this year, so you've been super big into deep diving lately. They have a cool video where they show how they hacked the Boston mass transit system. That's just wild. That's pretty sweet. I mean, it's kind of scary, but that is the kind of stuff that really intrigues me as well. Boston mass transit system breach. DEF CON. Who hacked into Boston mass transit system? And when did they do that? They modified the hex value on their cards with a RFC tool and could get employee access or add whatever value they want to the cards. In 2008, 3 MIT students submitted a DEF CON talk titled Anatomy of a Subway Hack, Breaking Crypto RFIDs and Magstripes of Ticketing Systems. Their research covered reverse engineering, attacking the MeFair-based Charlie card, and brute forcing card keys using FPGAs, enabling cloning and value manipulation for free rides. So they talk about how they did it in the video. And congrats on going to DEF CON. I've never been there, but that definitely sounds like an exciting time. Wow, that was a while ago when they made this that's nearly 20 years ago. So I could imagine like what's possible today. Yeah, man, a good case of imposter syndrome. Perhaps it's healthy. Perhaps it's a healthy thing. Well, hopefully you get like some good takeaways from that experience, maybe even some good connections, and do some networking. I just gave Sonnet a task, and I feel like I should have gave Fable this task. I'm really disappointed that I didn't do that. I'm trying to be thoughtful about my token consumption. But I have plenty of usage. Yeah, I really should have gave Fable that task. Oh well. You started the project today and 24 commits in. You'll be in the double digits for a while. Double digit commits once you get past 99 commits. That'll be an achievement. That is a lot of commits, so 24. All right, man. Tyler, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the conversation. Good luck on your project. And I appreciate the good wishes on this application. Have a good night. better than it was before, but I'm still not thrilled about the way that looks.
To have a certain amount of expertise to know what to do with this boundless intelligence that's imbued in the model. And I think this is where folks with experience, folks that have spent, a decade plus in this industry, they know how to create something like this because they can leverage the model's underlying capability to create something that's just world class. So many businesses, they have a great product, they have a great service, but there's just so much sort of unmet opportunity for these business owners, for these founders, and I'm really just here to make it easier for them to tap into it.
Welcome back to another episode of The Light Cone. Today we're joined by Bryant Cho, co-founder and CTO of Webflow, which created 1% of all websites live today. Bryant is back in the current YC batch with a brand new startup called Ploy, which is taking the work he did on Webflow to the next level.
I need to use the restroom.
welcome
I will be
to the
right
Light
back.
Thanks for having me.
So what is Ploy? We're looking at it right now. Kind of looks like a lot of the other things you might use to vibe code, but it's actually way more awesome than
It is a website platform. You can build really incredible, bespoke, award-winning websites with Ploy. But it doesn't just stop there. The premise is that your website has all this traffic, it has all this data, and what we're doing is we're building an entire marketing platform to help you run your business, to help you run your ads, help you find your customers, help you make your website copy, but then also most importantly, help you get found by ChatGPT, help you get found by Perplexity and Claude, so that businesses can run their marketing on autopilot.
that. Kind of sounds like hiring the perfect CMO who also is a designer and who can code.
That's actually kind of my background. So I started as a CTO at Webflow, but then I also led our marketing teams. I also started our sales teams. So I'm just taking all that knowledge and I'm baking it into Ploy.
Okay, so that sounds like founder market fit, a triple unicorn, making the AI triple unicorn for everyone in the world. Like the other 98% of websites could really use this.
That's right. So what you're seeing is that it's sure like a vibe coding sort of UI, UX, but you're also getting stuff out of the box that you wouldn't normally get. So you get all of these sort of integrations, but then most importantly, you get all this traffic. So what I actually did was just to show off Ploy's web design skills, I loaded your old startup websites.
Yeah, so this is mine. This is Posterous, Dead Simple Blogs by email. You can see the little the Gmail buttons and things like that.
What year did you build this site, Gary?
2008. So, if it looks dated, it is.
So we dropped it into Ploy and we essentially said, hey, go and recreate this website in Ploy. And this is what it created.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
gorgeous. So this is not 2008 Posterous. It is truly 2026 Posterous. Be careful because now that you've created, I might have to actually write a million lines of code and make it really good.
This is definitely a Google video, and all these sort of prompts and sort of knowledge about how to create these type of videos are embedded into Ploy.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in the land of doing image gen and video gen, there's just a lot you have to do around curation and proper prompting. It's kind of like a dark art, actually. So being able to start off with 1,000 examples that you've already pulled together, I mean, that's context in action.
Jared, I also got yours coming up. We also took Scrib. We went back in the Wayback Machine.
Script from 2007.
YouTube for documents.
YouTube for documents. I remember fiddling with the CSS to try to make that look right.
How did you even host this back in the day?
This was before AWS. This was on a physical server. Originally physically in my dorm room closet, which is how I learned that servers are loud.
So this is what Ploy redesigned it to.
Ooh. Bring it to 2026.
And this is basically like, you basically just gave it the old website and like told it to go with maybe like a short prompt and then just like went and just like brought it up to 2026. Right?
That's right. So it actually went to the Wayback Machine's URL, understood the contents, and then understood the context of your business. And then it was like, oh, cool, we're bringing this business back. Let's go and redesign it in modern era.
So yeah, it's interesting because it's not merely web design. It's actually understanding, memory, reasoning, really like a marketing company brain.
That's right. That's right.
And asset generation. Like I remember like back in the day to like make images like this, you need to hire like a team of designers and it was so slow and expensive. And like animations, like what you did for Gary's site, that was like
Impossible.
Like impossible. Yeah. Like unaffordable for any startup.
Yeah. Oh man, this is Harge's.
This is Automatic from 2007. Yeah, Automatic was software for small businesses to sell online.
Yeah.
Mostly managing their eBay auctions.
And this is what we redesigned
This
it to.
is much better.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
So it was able to like build these sort of like product mocks of your product.
Okay.
It's kind of like
So Ploy
interactive
can also
and stuff.
develop your actual website too.
It can do everything a model can do.
I mean, this is actually pretty interesting. That dashboard is the kind of, that's basically the
Nick says, I'm curious to see how it breaks down a simple deletion task. Are you referring to like what you were mentioning earlier? When you said if I was checking the live application for the completion of each task, you're curious to see how it breaks down a simple deletion task. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I just finished task 6, which comprised 2 subtasks, A and B, and I just finished those 2 subtasks, so I'm now done with task 6, moving on to task 7. Task 7 is removing a functionality that is no longer going to be used, so it is deleting some stuff. So yeah, I keep having to readjust that. Sometimes I turn the music off, and then other times I keep it on. So I'm removing a button that was used to import podcasts, and that's this antenna button right up here on the top right. This button, I don't need it anymore because users will now go to the content discovery button here. So I'm having it delete the code that is responsible for this antenna being up here. And I appreciate you letting me know about the music, because sometimes I'm not sure how that sounds until the video is completed, and then when I watch back. So you said you're curious on how it breaks down a simple deletion task. And I'm curious, like, what deletion task means in that context. Like, I want it to delete certain parts of the code, or I want it to delete parts of the sprint document. I try to make sure that I'm logging in some way the action that the agent takes, so that way if something breaks later down the pipeline, I'm able to identify where it did break or what caused the break. That's why I started doing sprint docs. So every time I work on a new feature, I create a sprint markdown file for a feature branch. So, like, for example, I'm working in, you said it looked like the deletion was low impact item for the overall application itself. That is true. So your prompt for the executive level overview is interesting. Yeah, I asked it to provide an executive level overview because sometimes I need that high level. I need that high level explanation. So my confidence was high that I could run this prompt, give the prompt to the agent to execute the task with a high level of confidence that it wouldn't break anything. Okay, so those changes have been made, so I'm going to rerun the simulation or rebuild it and just make sure that the antenna is gone and that everything is still functioning correctly. And then I could complete with task 7 and move on to whatever task is next, 8. Unless 7 is the last task. Nope. It looks like I have up to task 10 for this branch, this new feature. And this feature that I created a new branch for, before I even started writing any code or prompting the agent to write any code, I made sure to create a sprint document that basically provided an overview for what the instructions for, like what each task is and what success looks like for each task. So I'll pull that over here. So here in this sprint, we're adding a new feature called content discovery. And that is basically this navigation. In this navigation bar, we added this blue circle with the plus sign. And so in this document, there's an overview. And the overview says, this sprint introduces a universal content discovery entry point to the application. A plus button is added to the main tab view navigation bar, positioned between library and profile tabs. It replaces the context-specific antenna toolbar that we just deleted with task 7. And this new content discovery button becomes the single way, always accessible hub for subscribing to RSS feeds for podcasts, audiobooks, and any other kind of spoken form content. Some design decisions as well that's in the sprint document. And then I begin listing all the tasks. The first task was to rename some variables because the names for the variables just became legacy and I needed to change them. So I prompted the model. I prompted Perplexity. I basically was like, there's some variables that I need to change and update them. And then task 2 was we're going to put the button in between the library and profile tab, and so on and so forth. Did I not? No, I did update that. The terminology I have been using is feature, lockdown, and document. These 3 items combined are akin to your sprint document. Is that is that best practice? Because I definitely am not applying all the best practices. So I appreciate any opportunity to learn. You typically have the agents provide a plan regarding what steps need to be taken to complete the full feature, then lock down the plan with all implementation details. Is that like something I can look up? Feature, lockdown, and document for coding. You have the agent implement the full lockdown plan in one shot and then conduct a full review post-mortem. I'm on the $20 a month plan. I think that's just the pro. Yeah, I'm on the pro plan. I haven't had any need to upgrade. Not yet. What's up, Skibidi guy? I started a new project recently where I created a like a workflow, sort of like you're describing, Nick, sort of a bit more refined workflow process or practice like that, for a newer project that I just recently started. And I haven't found a way to adopt that into this current project. Nick says the above commentary is his own methodology. I have learned this method through Paint, plus management of my own time regarding how long it takes to have the agents complete the items identified. It sounds like it's been sort of a valuable lesson for you, and I can relate to having that need in order to create that methodology. And it's one that's worked for you, one that you've kind of created for yourself. I used to never have any kind of like architecture document or anything like that. As far as it seems necessary to have those kinds of documents in place, especially for using any kind of agent. I mean, it seems valuable to have regardless, just like without AI, having those kinds of documentations in place is good practice, especially in enterprise environments. But it has become so much more practical as like an independent programmer to incorporate your own kind of method or practice, for lack of better words, because we can just ask the agent to do that. We can say, follow best practices and create documentation so that things don't break and so that things can be moved down the pipeline in such a way that follows best practices or whatever. And that's kind of how I've done things. I'm familiar as well with the Claude.md file that some people will do. A session preamble for the Claude agent that is in the root directory of the project. I haven't integrated that with the Simulism project that I'm working on now. I would like to, but whenever I sit down to work on this, I just want to start building. But for the newer projects that I'm working on, I've already incorporated that kind of practice. So here's an example of my repository for It's a project that I call Perplexity Claude Studio, and it's named that only because I use Perplexity and I use Claude. And inside of this repository, I have a documents folder, and inside the documents folder I have an agent limits file, an architecture file, and an invariance file. And inside sprints I have each sprint denoted with a phase. And I just like that workflow that I've created for this other project. It seems really organized and really structured, so I don't get lost. Alright, so now I'm updating task 7 so that it shows complete, because we're now finished with task 7. Yeah, I figured that's what you were referring to, the markdown. So are you saying that you have feature, lockdown, and document MD? Or how many different markdowns are you using? Move antenna, marked antenna. It sounds like a big project. Forget the one you said you were working on. I don't remember if you mentioned it. $25, that's a lot. Yeah, I got you. Like I have in my other project, I have a sprints document. And so every time I complete a new sprint, I save that markdown file that was created for that specific sprint, even after I've completed it. Surface the existing music search user interface in the music segment. Reuse the existing. User can search for music. Right now, the music tab shows coming soon. A user who wants to add music to their listening session has no path forward. Task 8 closes that gap and completes the core promise. One button, all content types. The big picture. Music and simulation works differently from RSS content in that distinction matters. How music is sourced today, unlike podcasts and audiobooks, which are streamed from external RSS feeds, Simulation's music come from local content manifest. It's not local though. Or that's not our stretch goal. This is a curated list of music entries that ships with the app. How does this consideration factor into this design? The local audio files were provided in the early stages of development for proof of concept. However, as we scale the application, we will be users will be able to search through music catalogs that are connected via API. So when I first started building the application, I had loaded in MP3 files locally into the software just to prove that I could accomplish the dual audio playback capability, but I'm going to be moving away from locally stored audio files. And some of the architecture still relies on those local audio files. Why is it talking about task 5? What was task 5 again? Task 5 was remove LibriVox suppression filter. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about though. Task 5 is, wait. How does this consideration factor into this design for task 8, not task 5? Why is it talking about task 5? The LibriVox suppression filter was never architecturally sound. It filtered at the wrong level, at the wrong layer, instead of at the content routing layer. Removing it is even more justified now. Once .local files are depreciated, iTunes feed search repository becomes a primary discovery path for all spoken word content, including how local files phase out per the architecture. I have no idea why it's talking about task 5. Do we need to make any modifications to task 8 given these considerations? Yes. Here's what's wrong with the current version and what it should say. The original Task 8 was written early in the sprint when the mental model was still wire a button to a local catalog. It would have worked, but it would have created a dead-end implementation that future developers would need to rip out and replace the moment Supabase music catalog goes live. Specifically, any implementation that reaches directly into local audio repository or content manifest is building on top of infrastructure that is explicitly temporary. You told me as much. The local audio files are proof of concept. They exist to make development possible before the real catalog is ready. Building the music tab user interface on top of them directly means the UI is coupled to the proof of concept layer, not the production layer.
legendary nightlife scene. That's the sound of zero sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and the power to burn body fat. Storm, energy for life. Storm Energy Blend helps boost metabolism, which in combination with exercise and a healthy diet helps burn fat. This product alone does not produce weight loss. Individual results may vary.
It's a dual audio playback application. It's a pretty simple app. The core purpose is to play 2 audio tracks at the same time. For example, playing a podcast while listening to some kind of background music, whether it's ambient or hip-hop instrumental. So that way, if I want to listen to like an audiobook, I can also listen to hip-hop while I'm at the gym or going on a walk or something. Yeah, I definitely have some concerns or things that I want to work on cosmetically. I definitely feel the same way, though. I would say I'm not satisfied with the current state by any means. Let me see if I can find a picture of what it first looked like.
yeah, the first few iterations were, if you can believe it or not, were even worse than this.
Nick, how's it going? Thinking that 3 should have a docs/archive subfolder, then keep the original names. I see. So like inside the documents folder, there should be an archived folder, and that this file that I want to rename to Archive Architecture Review will go inside that folder. I think that's what I got from your suggestion. So inside docs, there should be another folder called archive, which should store, gives agents a look back reference, but additionally keeps the docs clean so agents know what is active. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good suggestion. I'm just wondering what other documents will I end up archiving? Like old sprint documents? Like once I complete certain sprints, those sprints will eventually be stored in the archived folder. So do you think, like, when I complete sprints? Yeah, okay. So for those sprints, because, like, what I was doing before... What I'm doing currently, I should say, with another project here. So I'm using this documents folder in the root directory, and I have sprints with all of the old sprints that I've done. So do you think if I have an archives folder, should I have a sprints folder inside archives? Or do you think that all the old sprints should just be in archives without having a dedicated folder? If that makes any sense. Old sprints are less likely likely less relevant and have diminishing return for what you are working on today. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't want to overthink it. My gut tells me just flat archived. Yeah. No, that's a good point. Alright. So inside docs, there should be another folder called archived, which should store this file, as well as all of the completed sprint markdown files. Typical Git commits would document the breadcrumbs for why those archived documents in case look back is relevant for any given reason. Okay. So then that takes me back to this second refactor step, move planning content into sprints. So instead of, okay. take integration phases, milestone plans, and to-do lists out of architecture. Yeah, so one of the big things that I'm trying to refactor here is that when I first started creating architecture documentation, I included implementation plans in my architecture document. And so I feel like my architecture document has become saturated with all that information. So this part 2 of the refactor plan, I just need to reword it to align with this new idea that we're talking about here. Do not create a new sprints folder. Instead, we are going to create an archived folder to store completed sprints. Inside docs, there should be another folder called archived, which should store as well as all the completed sprint markdown files. Proceed with the best recommendation. Okay. Architecture document should be clean for exactly what that proclaims it should be. I agree. Implementation details should be left to the sprints, and the sprint implementation details become archived. That's very good. Articulation. I'm actually going to copy that comment that you provided and I'll paste it in here for even better context. I appreciate the feedback. The architecture document should be clean for exactly what it proclaims it should be. Implementation details should be left to those sprints, and then the sprint implementation details become archived on completion. I want the simulation architecture doc to always be aligned with the current state. Every time we work on a new sprint, a feature branch should be created. Alright, so we'll have a Claude Markdown at the root. We will have a Claude Markdown at the root that is responsible for providing high-level intent and agent behavior and limits. Inside the root directory, we will also have a documents folder, which contains an architecture markdown that should always reflect the current architecture. an agent limits markdown, which will describe rules for what the code agent can and cannot change. We will also have an invariance markdown file with hard constraints that must never be broken. And then we will also have an archived folder, which will contain all completed sprint documents, as well as any other documents that I need to archive for historical preservation. This keeps live design separate from historical implementation detail and matches the philosophy that architecture should state what the system is, not its entire change history. Okay, so best practice refactor, create the folder, create both folders, move legacy docs into archived. Optionally leave a small readme inside docs, pointing to docs as the new home, or remove docs once everything is migrated. Yeah, I'd rather just have it removed once everything's migrated. Sounds good for that first step. Second step, I would rather remove docs once everything has been migrated successfully. I agree with that. Sprint workflow. For future work, your process can look like this. Start a sprint, create a feature branch. In that branch, add a sprint document. Create a feature branch. In that branch, add a sprint doc. The sprint doc is the intent for that branch. Implement changes. Code changes occur on that sprint branch. As you reach stable points, update document architecture to reflect new current architecture for that branch. Complete the sprint, merge. Check in. For the sprint docs themselves, do you prefer a single generic template used for all sprint, or slightly different templates for feature sprints versus refactor sprints? I don't know. Do you prefer a single generic template used for all sprints, or slightly different templates for feature sprints? I'm not sure. What do you suggest? Given your goal of clean architecture, clear intent, a single reusable sprint template is a better choice. It keeps cognitive load low. It makes archive sprint docs more comparable over time. It reinforces the same intent, implementation, outcome, structure for every change. You can still tag the sprint type inside the template, so you get flexibility without diverging formats. All right, this is a good start. So what kind of sprint do you expect to run next? So if first template can be drafted specifically around that scenario. Let's provide a prompt for Claude. I'm going to get a fresh context window. I want Claude to migrate old docs into a new docs structure, create clean, intent, engineering friendly documentation, set up the sprint workflow, pattern without changing app behavior. Here's a prompt you can paste into Claude. This repository is Swift. I suddenly feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. We're gonna delete the branch that we had just finished working on. Your branch is 21 commits ahead and 1 commit behind. Yeah. I'm like, did I get everything moved over properly? Get status. I'm not in like a huge rush or anything, so I'm just gonna build what I have locally. Because I'm pretty sure I already completed a pull request and I merged everything over to main. Okay, that's not good. Get switch. that's really not good. That blue button in the middle is gone. Get branch. Feature add content button. I think I need to pull it. I need to pull feature add content button. Okay. Your local changes of the following files will be overwritten by checkout. Please commit. Git fetch origin. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I realized that file likely due to the last build of the project. Well, I had built it a little while ago. Git status. I typically ignore the build files for Git. Yeah. I don't run into this issue all that often. And I know it's just like a quick little pivot. Like, I just don't want to continue overwriting things or making things worse. Git switch feature add content button. Yeah, I should add that to git ignore. Yeah, I had a feeling it was a pull. So git stash. So git stash is going to stash the local change so it doesn't block anything. Pull the merge commit down. Okay, let's do git pull. Okay, that's good. Restore the stashed. Alright, I'm gonna rebuild the program. And hopefully that button shows up. Terrific. Podcast. All right, we're back in business. Restore the stash change or drop it if you don't need it. I do not need it. All right. Git branch. Now I want to delete that branch. Am I now good to delete that branch? Yeah, thanks. Delete the remote branch. Delete the local tracking branch. If you are sure you want to delete it, run. Yes, I'm sure. All right. Now I want to fetch origin, git checkout. All right, we get our new branch for refactoring. Okay. Now I want to paste this big old prompt in Claude. Task. Refactor. Documentation structure for intent engineering. You are an AI code agent working on the repository. This is a Swift iOS app. Your task is to refactor and reorganize the documentation structure to align with an intent engineering approach and match the documentation style used in this other project. I don't really know why it needed to say that. Guess that's fine. Current Simulus and docs. Current file. Target structure to be created. Root. Create a Claude Markdown. Create a Documents folder. Create an Archives folder. $300,000 tokens. Gosh. Fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed that when it's done, it cooked up something that makes the wait worthwhile. I think the longest I've had to wait for a task to complete is like maybe 12 minutes. Yeah. Which model are you using? Using Fable or Claude? I forget if you mentioned what tech stack that you use. I gotcha. How do you access Claude Fable? Are you paying for a subscription, or are you able to use it through a different provider? I don't know if that was a dumb question, but like here in Perplexity, I'm able to access like Claude Sonnet. I don't know if Fable is accessible any other way other than having a subscription for it. I gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna use Fable. I have not used it as much as I really would have liked to. Like, as soon as I realized it was available to start using, I've waited like several days to actually use it, so. Alright. We're using Fable now. I have barely even grazed the surface of my usage limit. My current session limit will be resetting in 1 minute, and I've used 50% of it. Your current stack. Emacs to orchestrate 3-agent context for your implementation. 1-agent context is the arbitrator from which it is aware of 2 separate worker agents. What is Emacs? I feel like I've heard of this. Family of text editors that are characterized by their extensibility. This is like a text editor. Highly customizable, keyboard-driven text editor and computing environment, favored by programmers, writers, and power users. Arbitrator takes best of each worker agent implementations and provides that to the primary repository. Yeah, old school is what came to mind. I remember when I first started taking my programming classes, I hired a tutor. He was like an old school programmer, and he set me up to write code in Notepad++, and then compile code in the terminal. And I would always be like working with my classmates, and they'd be all in like VS Code or whatever text editor IDE that they, were like the latest and greatest. And I just was stuck on compiling my code in the terminal rather than running it through an IDE. It always felt so much more nostalgic. Yeah, man, Notepad. I enjoyed it. I still miss those days. All right. Agent limits. Chore dogs. Sure. Git commit. Introduce intent docs for, yeah, that's fine. Next step that keeps things clean, commit the stage changes with a message, open a pull request, paste a slightly condensed version of the summary you just wrote, review checklist before merge. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Okay. Legal and content sourcing is a big consideration, and I'm really glad that it was able to split up some of the legal context that I put into the architecture document, because I had a list of all the different kinds of providers that I'm not allowed to use for legal purposes, because if I were to integrate them into my dual audio playback platform, it would violate their terms of service, which prohibits any kind of mixing with their audio with another simultaneous stream, which is my entire product. So I'm happy to see that it has been removed from the architecture document and has been put into the invariance document. Recommendation, commit, and pull request. Yeah. Okay, that's good. I archived the old architecture document, which still contains that information. So that's good. Okay. Sanity check. That all looks good, saying commit it. robustness. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one, Nick. And same to you. Once this is merged, Simulators and docs are officially in turn.
This summer, the Honey Pepper. America's 250th Your Beers on Budweiser. Claim yours at us.budweiser.com/America tab. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch. Budweiser Lager Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Offered. Prohibited. Alcohol beverages are not part of the product.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box
How's
on
it
top of
going,
my car before
Austin?
driving home. Not smart.
Hope you're doing well. I've been going at this project for the last few hours, and it's a iOS app for playing 2 audio tracks at the same time. For example, I've always enjoyed listening to music while studying, or listening to music while listening to a podcast of some kind. So basically what this application allows me to do is select an audiobook or a podcast and then find some kind of background music that I can play while I listen to that audiobook or the podcast. So that's sort of in a nutshell. It's a dual audio player application. The core feature is to play 2 audio files at the same time. And right now I'm just creating a sprint document so that the AI agent has some guardrails to stay within. I appreciate you stopping by. Are you working on any projects of your own? Which number task in phase 1 would you like to treat as task 1 to start with? 2000? Define. numbered task in phase 1 would you like to treat as task 1 to start with? Phase 1. Find a preset of all model code in FleetFlow. Implement the catalog. Of the catalog screen skeleton, neutral row of 4 presets at the top. Which task are you going to choose?
find any wording.